Yo say no start screen tonight. I am not fooling around. I kind of forgot my earbuds, so I'm gonna have to get up to get them. But no starting soon screen. I'm already running very late. It is 1 a.m. where I am, and usually I like to be on by midnight. I have not streamed since last Thursday. Well, technically it would have been Friday, right? It's Thursday night. Fucking 11:30 midnight. I don't really know, but it wasn't Friday yet, so I didn't call it Femboy Friday, but it was close enough to Friday to be like, I didn't stream since Friday. I'm supposed to be streaming like Friday and Tuesday at this current time. I also ain't got my rainbow light on, so I got to go turn that on because I gotta have the rainbow light. But also, this has been the worst fucking week. It's like, after it's only Wednesday. This has been the worst fucking week. No, honestly, it hasn't been this particular week that's been bad. Like, Monday was okay and Tuesday was okay. And today I literally laid in bed all day and did nothing. Nothing. No, I take that back. I finished. Remember last stream I was working on the remix, self-cover of Harajuku Boy turned Shinjuku Boy. We did the English version live on stream Wednesday night. Tried to do the Nihongo version live on stream Thursday night, but it did not work. I ended up, my whole entire fucking system froze. So I had to do something entirely different for the rest of that stream. However, today, while I was in bed naked, I managed to get the Shinjuku Boy Japanese version finished. So I'm super excited about that, and I will play that momentarily. So for this stream, we're going to be working on doing a makeover of Life Song, which Life Song's great. Like, the chorus is amazing. The first verse is awesome. The third verse is awesome. But the second verse, not the entire second verse, but there's like one line I want to get rid of. And I don't know if y'all know what line I'm referring to, but there is a line in it that was, it was born out of ignorance. So I want to get rid of it, because I'm not the same person that I was when I wrote that shit at 17. I don't want to be associated with that shit no more. So, hey, how are you? Welcome. How did you find me? I mean, I'm probably not that difficult to find, but like, how did you find me? All my stuff is like the same username, so it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy to find me if you got my Instagram. But yeah, it's good to see you here. I try to stream at least twice a week. That is the goal, but I don't always hit it. Like, entire month of January, I just... Well, thank you. Thank you. The title of this is so funny, though, but I have become so obsessed with Astolfo, and, like, everyone's always depicting him as a bottom, right? And I'm like, no. I watched the anime. Astolfo is a solid top. Like, he is a top. He is not the waifu. I would be the waifu. Perhaps, yeah. Maybe he's a switch. Maybe he's a switch and he's like a top and power bottom. That could be. But for my circumstance, like, he can wreck me anytime. Oh, for sure. That's great. So for you, he can power bottom, and for me, he can top the shit out of me. That would work perfectly. But yeah, and I got the cosplay, so I'm really excited about that. Because I've never been so, like, into an anime that I cosplay a character from it. This is the first time. Usually I cosplay TM Evolution or Darren Gray because I'm more into music. But I am so excited for this. I This is the most excited I've been since I wore the TM Evolution Hot Limit suit. I don't know if you're familiar with TM Evolution. They've been great. They've been great. I've been performing at Charlie's on Monday nights at the Open Talent Showcase, and it's been a super fun time. I've done it like, I think 4 weeks in a row now, and I'm going to continue doing that because it's super fun and I just love it. I love getting any chance I can get to perform because I'm trying to get my music out there more. That's awesome. Are you familiar with the Hot Limit music video? So I will type it. So, like, there is a super famous attire that he wore in that music video. And I have the suit. Yes, Heart of Sword. I love that song. He's done so many anime themes, like, especially for the Gundam series. He's done, like, I think 4 songs for that. Invoke, Meteor, Ignited, Zips, Out of Orbit, 5. And then I know Resonance, which is a song that he released in 2008. I know that was also associated with another anime. He's done a lot of anime themes. That's all. But I am trying to pull up, without my system crashing, I'm trying to pull up a picture of the Hot Limit video. I would play the video, but I'll get flagged for copyright because, unfortunately, Darren Gray lets me play their music, but TM Revolution will not. And I'm like, all right. So one night I played some TM Evolution on here, and I got my stream, like the recording of it, silenced. I'm like, okay, I can't do that anymore. But for now, I'm just gonna show a picture of the Hot Limit. I mean, I could go so far as to show me wearing the Hot Limit suit, but I don't think I have it on my laptop. Evolution Hot Limit. Yeah, it's like I've discovered out of Japanese music I can play Darren Gray. That is it. So it like also makes me super love Darren Gray because they're like supporting small artists, channels, whatever. Whereas a lot of the other bigger artists, I feel like they're just like, that's whatever. You're not using my stuff. You have to pay for that. You know what I mean? I could be entirely wrong, but that's the vibe I get out of it. It seems a little pretentious to me. Yeah. Which is what's so weird about, like, with Darren Gray, because TM Revolution has not hit the West quite as much. Like, I know the anime themes have, but I never play the anime themes. I, like, play his old stuff from the 90s, and even it got silenced. Whereas Darren Gray, I can play their entire catalog, and I don't get silenced. Because I know some artists they're just like that. They're like, no, I want people to play my music, and I don't care about that. And I'm not surprised that Kill would do something like that because at the end of the day. In a certain kind of way, I feel like Kyo is one of the most genuine Japanese artists. Just something about him just gives me that kind of feeling. Because Kyo has always been unapologetically himself. When he was Visual K, and then he was like, I don't want to be Visual K anymore. I don't want to look pretty anymore. And he, like, totally changed his entire image. And I'm like, you were so authentically you, always. But yeah, like, the TM Evolution Hot Limit is, like, kind of a whole thing. It's like, you definitely have probably seen it before. Like, seen reference of it. Absolutely. Yeah, I usually just play my own stuff. Okay, so I will show you. So this is like the Hot Limit cover art for the Hot Limit single way back in 1999. Like, it was his second song to top the Oricon charts. And then, like, this is like an action figure that was made of him currently, which I thought was pretty cool. I want that. Like, I freaking want that. I want that, and I want an Astolfo figurine, and then my collection would be complete. But then, like, they went so far as to, like, make, like, these, like, anime girls with the outfit on. But yeah, I have that suit, the Hot Limit suit. And I have worn it before in public. And considering where I was when I wore it, I got a lot of weird looks. It's like, yeah, this is what I bought. The official Hot Limit suit. I ordered it from Amazon Japan. It wasn't as expensive. It wasn't as expensive as I thought it would be. Thank you. Thank you. And considering my hair basically is very easy to style like his, I got the idea to dye my hair this color from him. I started listening to TM Evolution when I was like probably 15, yeah. So I've been a super fan for a long time. I have, like, all of his CDs, all of his DVDs, calendars from the 90s. I have a poster on my wall right now. Little obsessed. He released a line of Hello Kitty keychains back in 2006. Of course, I had to buy those. Exactly. Okay, so I put rum in CC Lemon. It's definitely different. So CC Lemon is like a Japanese lemon soda. And then I have like gold rum. So I kind of mixed the two. And I'm like, I'm beginning to question my life choices at this moment. But all right, let's go with it. I've already done it now. Yeah, I'm definitely a dedicated TM Evolution fan. Someone I used to know, I'll call him that. Absolutely. Someone I used to know was like a super Darren Gray fan, like the same level of Darren Gray fan as I am TM Evolution fan, and she was like, you know what would be so weird? Is like, if TM Revolution and Darren Gray would like do a collab together, and I'm like, honestly, I wouldn't consider that to be that out of the question because Nishikawa was originally Visual K, and Kyo was originally Visual K. So if they did a collab together, I'm guessing it'd be Visual K. Gotcha. My advice is with Darren Gray, don't go into them looking at them as a metal band. Go into the older stuff, their debut, and listen to them as a Visual K band. Because they're much better as Visual K than as metal. I don't blame you though, but I saw him live in 2019 before the entire world shut down, and Kyo can make sounds with his voice that I would not think come out of a human being. So kudos to him. And his image is just always so memorable. You'll have all the other members of the band like looking really pretty with their super androgynous Visual K get up, and then you'll have Kyo and he's looking like a fucking mad scientist. It's like only Kyo. Yeah, absolutely. And he self admits, he's like, I can't sing. I'm just good at what I do. And it's like, that is fair. Because I guess in the traditional Western sense, he can't, like, sing, you know? Like, he can't do runs and, like, shit like TM Evolution can. But the stuff that he can do with his voice is so... It's next level. I feel like that takes even more skill than being able to sing. Because there's so many vocalists out there, but there's, like, so few that can make those types of noises and vocal manipulations. Like, that is so crazy. Because I'm working on training myself to be able to do more sounds, more special effects sounds with my voice. And it takes a lot of practice. It's a lot of practice. Yeah. Absolutely. And I'm coming from, like, the opposite side. Like, I was always, when I was younger, for the longest time, I tried to keep, like, my very youthful, cute type voice for forever. So a lot of my music when I was younger is it's Visual K, but it's also, like, kind of pop Visual K. It's more comparable to, like, Hangry and Angry on Cafe. But as I get older, I'm trying to go in the direction of being able to do more growls and more screaming and more of that type of thing. I just feel like it fits my aesthetic more. Yeah. Okay, super cool. Yeah, I'm going in the opposite direction. Like, because I realize, like, I can't do clean vocals. Like, I'm not that good. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know I'm mature enough to admit and say that my just clean vocal ability it's not great. I can fake it with the best of them, but it's not great. I ain't gonna win no competition. However, for being Japanese American, I've got rhythm when it comes to, like, hip hop and rap, and I can make some very interesting sounds with my voice. Some sounds that people are like, that's you? So yeah, I'm definitely working on doing better with the growls, the shrieks, that type of thing. Because I feel going more in the direction of the Darren Gray-esque sound is more the direction for me. I don't know. It's Darren Gray or DJ Ozma. Whichever. Exactly. Thank you so much. Thank you. Light is like a femboy version of baby metal. But yeah, I'm working on a lot of different stuff right now. And the cool thing is though, like whenever I play something for someone, they're like, "That's you? That's what you sound like?" I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "It doesn't sound like you." And I'm like, "Well, it's not supposed to sound the same as when I talk, like normal." But also, you know what's really annoying is how, okay, this might be going deep, but it's something that annoys me is when like Western artists of a certain demographic take on that fake Asian accent in their music. And I think we all know which artist I am referencing without having to name names. So I hate that shit, right? So as a reversal to that, I sometimes in a couple of my songs, like I take on a British accent. And it's like, where does that even come from? And I'm like, well, you know what? They've been doing it to us for years, so why the fuck not? Thank you. Yeah. Oh yeah. I have a large Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, I have a large range of stuff like what I things I've done. When I debuted back in 2011, my sound was definitely more like visual K-pop, visual K slash pop, and then J-pop, whatever you want to call it. And then it kind of like morphed more. My second album was literally everything. It was like a little bit of visual K, a little bit of hip hop, a little bit of indie, a little bit of alternative rock, a little bit of pop. Like it was a little bit of everything. That's why I always say that King of the New World is the tie-in. Like it is the glue that holds everything else together. Because if you listen to my debut and then you listen to my current work, you're gonna be like, this the same person? It's like, this the same person? But then if you listen to King of the New World, you'll be like, oh, he was doing stuff like this. Okay, I get it now. I get it. It's like he was trying to get there, but was scared. And honestly, that's what it was. At times, I would go so far with certain things. Like, I have a song called Best You Ever Had that I released back in 2019. And I was always afraid to go too far. I was like, I'm going to go this far and then, cut it off. I'm going to pull back a little bit because the world ain't ready for that yet. But then this year I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go all the way. So I came with Rule 34 and Duality and Lifeless. And I'm like, you know what? If you don't get it, you don't get it. But if you do, then you're one of the real ones. Yeah, absolutely. I love that. I love that. Like, the growth is amazing. Just being totally authentic. Because also, I believe that my first few songs was very heavily influenced by 90s TM Evolution, especially like if you listen. Like I was speaking about it earlier, I had a song called Harajuku Boy, and it was very influenced by 90s TM Evolution, like songs like Hot Limit, High Pressure, etc. And also I wrote that song when I met my partner, and we were just in the talking phase and we didn't know each other that well yet. So I always call Harajuku Boy the ultimate Notice Me Senpai anthem because it literally says in it, just notice me. But last week I did a self cover of it titled Shinjuku Boy, and I feel so much more confident with like doing that than I did back then doing this style that it wasn't quite me. So, yeah. It's definitely been a journey. I would have to say my most authentic track from my debut would be Locked in the Closet. Because in that one, you get a lot of the the angst that I've come to be known for in my music. Like, I work with someone that I met in Japan, and they were always like, you are basically like teenage angst personified from a adult perspective. And I'm like, you know what? I'll take that. I will take that. That is perfect. So you get that sound a lot from my song Locked in the Closet. And then going off of that, most of my stuff kind of can fall under that category in general. Until this album, because I'm doing something entirely new and different. Oh, absolutely. For sure. For sure. For sure. Thank you. And there's a band in Japan that I'm gonna do a collab with when I go back, and they do like a Visual K crossover sound as well. And I'm like, I reached out and I'm like, I would love to perform with you, and they're like, okay. And I'm like, can we do a collab? And they're like, yeah, absolutely. And that's the cool thing about Visual K, like they're always so willing to collab with you. And that's what sets Visual K, I think, apart from a lot of other Japanese genres, is because Visual K is so welcoming and so much about being true to yourself that I feel it's very underappreciated genre. Everyone's like, oh, J-pop, oh, K-pop, and it's like, nah. Visual K is the real, you know? But also, we don't want them to know what Visual K is, right? Like, because whenever the majority gets word of something that's cool and different, they always got to take it and, like, whitewash the fuck out of it. It's like, no, this is the one thing that y'all consider too fucking weird for everybody else. So please let us have this. And the coolest thing is about Visual K, it's like, I feel every culture can be Visual K except the colonizers. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I just feel like everybody else has it in them. You know, you feel like you couldn't be yourself, and now you can finally be yourself, and you can be free and be like, no, this is me. You know what I mean? But they don't got nothing to, like, be that way about. Like, what the fuck do they have to complain about? Go sit over there, you know? Absolutely. Yeah, it's similar. It is similar. I think what sets it apart, though, is the fact that with Visual K, you can actually be any genre of music. So it can be pop, it can be rock, it can be alternative, it can be metal, whatever. But it's like the image and the theatrics of it all and the message and the lyrics that, like, sets it apart from everything. And just being yourself. Especially when the music industry is so commercialized, especially in Japan and Korea. And then you got Visual K that's totally in the opposite direction. I am honestly surprised the Koreans haven't tried to, like, nab that too, though, because they like to take stuff from us as well. Like, K-pop takes from Black culture, they take from Japanese idols, they take from, like, everybody with no citing those sources. They're just like, no, this is our thing. And it's like, no, it's not. That is not your thing. But I know. See, I liked K-pop back before it was a thing. Back when it was actually unique. And they weren't kind of like stealing from everybody else. K-pop in like 2010, I would say, when 2NE1 was out, when they came out with like I Am the Best, Fire, whatever their songs were. Like, I thought those were some good songs. And I thought they had a unique element to it. And I never seen 2NE1 as particularly problematic. Whereas I feel like BTS is just, they just go with the flow and they roll with whatever they're told to do. You know what I mean? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Absolutely. And the weird thing is, it's like you look at the K-pop groups and it's like, I was talking about this with someone the other day, and I'm like, you always notice in K-pop bands, it's like one of them's gonna have pink hair, one of them's gonna have green hair, one of them's gonna be blonde, and then the rest of them's gonna have black hair and look super Korean, right? And then they're all gonna, like, when they have promo pictures, they're all gonna be like super like contrast to where they look so pale, it's unreal. And it's like, I've seen Koreans, they don't look that way. They do not look that way. That is an unhealthy beauty standard right there. But, and then their fashion choices they stole from us. Pink hair is amazing. But when you have a K-pop band and every single K-pop band, there's one that has pink hair in each K-pop band, then it's not rebellion. It's just being the pink-haired one in one of 20 K-pop bands. Then you got Japanese idol groups where everybody has to have black hair and look very traditional. AKB48. Exactly. And I feel like Blackpink is trying to be 2NE1 so badly. Because, like, everything they do is, like, 2NE1, but not. Because I love 2NE1. And once again, like, that's an example of something. Like, the first time around, it was cool and different. 10 years later, when it's still, like, copying off of that same idea, it's not cool and different anymore. It's, like, time for some new ideas. Admittedly, though, I did love Psy, and I loved Gangnam Style, and I loved Gentleman. But I feel like if it hadn't have been for Psy going viral, I feel like K-pop would not be a thing today. Yeah. Oh, yeah, like, J-pop was the thing, like, 10 years ago, and then Psy went viral, and it seemed like K-pop kind of, like, rode on in after that. That's my opinion. Like, J-pop became a thing when Puffy Yumi came over here, and then K-pop became a thing when Psy went viral. That's my opinion. Because I feel like America never notices Asians unless it's, like, literally thrown in their face. Like, it has to be a pie to the face for America to notice Asians. So the fact that K-pop became what it is one, because Psy went viral, and two, because K-pop is kind of, like you said, like American boy bands on steroids. So it's familiar enough that it's it's marketable. Whereas Visual K is never going to be marketable to the standard American audience. And I don't want it to be. I don't want it to be. Yeah. Yep. And still, like, Kari Pamu Pamu is more unique than all the K-pop bands put together. Like, I fucking love her. But you know what I hated? I hated when the American media was, like, calling her the Japanese Lady Gaga or whatever. And it's like, no, no. Not everyone in another culture is comparable to a white American celebrity. You know what I mean? Like, no. Caddy Pamu Pamu is her own entity. Like, Lady Gaga wasn't even a thing yet when Caddy Pamu Pamu started being who she was. So it's like, they're two entirely different artists in two entirely different countries that did their own thing and became amazing. Like, don't put them, like, don't, no. Also, I don't like the idea of, like, comparing women like that. Like, don't do that. They're both unique in their own right. They both have, like, don't do that. Yeah. Oh, I know. It's all their little tricks to do whatever. And it's like, but no, that's not necessary. Because everyone from any culture and background can be amazing. Like, don't be scared to try new things. Don't be scared to listen to a genre of music that you wouldn't think you would ever listen to. Don't be scared of an image that's, like, whimsical or whatever. And it's like, honestly, at the end of the day, the stuff that Caddy Pamu Pamu's done versus the stuff that Gaga's done, I think Caddy Pamu Pamu is less terrifying. Like, I love Gaga, but it's like, some of the stuff she did do was a little scary. I'm like, okay. Whereas Caddy Pamu Pamu was more like cute, like more of a cute aesthetic. It was weird, but it was cute. You know what I mean? I don't know. Now, Dylan Gray is straight up creepy, which is why, even though Dylan Gray has performed in America a lot, it's always like with the metal community, because the metal community, the goth community, the emo community, we're all more accepting of, like, creepy shit. You know what I mean? That's awesome. I love that. Yeah, see, that's how it should be. It's just like, be open to try new things. And, like, I listen to Tata Young. She is a Southeast Asian pop singer, and I don't even listen to, like, that kind of, like, pop music that often, but, like, I fucking love her. And it's a really sad, like, what ended up happening with her, but I love her. And I listen to so many different sounds from a lot of different countries. And sometimes, I'll be listening to someone and I find out they're shitty people. Like the Russian band Tattoo, like how they faked being lesbians or whatever. And I'm like, you were terrible human beings for doing that. But I'm still person enough to admit that your music was good. So your music and your artistry was great. You didn't need to like queer bait and pretend to be something you weren't just to be liked. Like, just be yourself. Be yourself. It was. And it's like, ugh. They didn't need to do that. Like, they did not need to do that. They were so good. And And it's like, it is totally acceptable for straight females to be sexual with each other in a music video and still be like, no, I'm straight. I mean, because Puffy Ami Yumi have done similar, you know what I mean? Like, Puffy Ami Yumi, like, kiss on each other and stuff. And it's like, but they're both straight and married and whatever, and everybody knows it. There's no harm in it. So it's like, Tattoo could have totally done the same thing, but no, they had to fake being gay. And I'm like, no. That is not how we get representation. That's... Oh. But their music was good. That's why I always research, like, the kind of people that I listen to, like, what kind of actual humans they are and, like, stuff they believe in and everything. And I know most celebrities are problematic in one way or another, but I at least like to think that my role models are at least somewhat on the decent end of life, you know what I mean? Yeah, for sure. And I definitely relate to that because I'm kind of coming from the perspective where it's like, I want to make you think, I want to make you notice me. If you get freaked out by it, like, so what? You know what I mean? So I totally relate to that. True, very true, very true. So far with TM Revolution, I've not found anything that he has done that has been outrageously terrible. I mean, he admits he's bisexual. So the fact for someone that's been mostly in straight relationships to admit that's something right there. Um, and he also like he works with a lot of charity organizations and was like one of the main Japanese celebrities that like did anything for the earthquake in Japan in 2011. Like he's just done a lot of good stuff. So I like to think that he's on the better end of the famous people spectrum. Kyo, the one thing I have to say about Kyo is that he is authentic. Like, I feel he's genuinely authentic. He's made some bad political points in his music, but he's not a fake. And I do believe that Kyo is mostly has good intentions. It's just sometimes with the way he conveys his feelings is not necessarily the best way. Yeah. Basically, in Japanese society, it's like being a femboy or a tomboy is like perfectly fine. Like gender bending, being androgynous, any of that is perfectly fine. But it's like, it's also, on the flip side, it's looked at as a costume or just a style. So being an actual trans person in Japan is like not good. If you're just cross-dressing or whatever, it's fine. And it's such a double standard. And like my partner couldn't even understand that at first. I tried when I was explaining it to him. I'm like, no. To be actually transgender in Japan is really, really bad. To be a cross-dresser or flamboyant or androgynous, then yeah, it's fine. Because you're not going to get any hate towards you. It's been accepted in Japanese society for years that, like, some boys are feminine and some girls are masculine, and, you know, that doesn't make them any less cute. And there's also, like, a thing, like, Japanese men are, like, more attracted to femininity, not necessarily just specifically women. So that's kind of been a concept that has always been recognized. So that's another reason why femboys are a thing. And going back to kabuki theater, that's really when it all started. But, and in Shinto, the funny thing is, traditionally, in traditional Japanese culture, gay relationships were recognized. But that was during isolationism, when it was just Shinto, and it was only traditional faith. Meiji Restoration happened, British influence. Britain's very, or at least they were, very Christian. So those ideologies flooded in, and during the Meiji era, everything went backwards. And so for a country that was on that gay shit for forever, suddenly it all stopped. And now we're still fighting for trans rights, and gay marriage in 2023 because of fucking Britain forcing us to open our borders. And it's like, that, damn. Europe had to literally ruin everything. Yeah. 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 Yeah, it's basically like transness in Japan nowadays is looked at as like a costume. So it's not seen as an identity, more as just acting. Japan doesn't recognize the difference between cross dressing and drag versus actually being transgender. And that's the issue. Just like they don't see the difference between presenting androgynously versus being non binary. And it's like, and for gay relationships, they think of it as like a thing that you'll either grow out of or you're just a menace to society. And I mean, Shinjuku is very accepting, of course. The largest LGBT district in the world is Nichome, Shinjuku, Tokyo, Japan. A lot of people don't know that, but that's the largest gay district in the entire world. Most accepting. I love Shinjuku. Shinjuku has same-sex partnerships. Shinjuku has been at the forefront of getting transgender and gay rights for forever. Unfortunately, Shinjuku is one city in all of Tokyo, and Tokyo is one prefecture in all of Japan. So even though Tokyo now has same-sex marriage, the rest of Japan doesn't. So that's similar to how, like, in the U.S. for a while, how we had certain states that allowed it and then other states didn't. It's kind of like that now in Japan. So it's like, I think Tokyo and Osaka allow it, and then nowhere else does. Yeah. And that's what I had to explain to my partner, because he's like, but why didn't you do this like in Japan? And I'm like, because I couldn't do it there. I couldn't do it. If I would have tried, I'd have been, unless you've got a lot of money, there are certain things you're never gonna get done there. There's a reason why most Japanese trans folks go to Thailand to get their stuff done. But yeah, Shinjuku's the best. I love Shinjuku. And also, Shinjuku is so accepting of any diversity. That's what I love. Like, Japan is known especially for the thing against, like, Southeast Asians. Like, Japan has a weird relationship with Southeast Asia. So it's like, a lot of Southeast Asians don't want to go to Japan for that reason. And it's like, go to Shinjuku, you'll be accepted. Like, in Shinjuku, doesn't matter. Does not matter. You're going to be accepted. As long as you respect Japanese culture, you're going to be accepted in Shinjuku. Ooh. I've definitely heard that. I'm so sorry. I've seen some, like, there was a couple Japanese transgender women that I forget who showed it to me, but they were adult content creators, and they went to Thailand and got bottom surgery. And then looking at the content now, it's like, you should. Well then, I mean, that's that's a situation. I'm sorry for that for you. I'm sorry about that for you. I mean, I was in an abusive relationship before as well. But now we're friends, so that makes it even weirder. But I was also a teenager when we were in a relationship, so I kind of like gave him half a chance as a human. And he's okay as a friend. He just was terrible as a partner, you know what I mean? It's one of those. But he's loyal as fuck as a friend. Like, if I needed something tonight, like, he may be in Detroit, but he'd try his damn best to help me out with it. So, but back when we were together, he just denied everything. He was just like, oh, I'm not gay though. It's like, what? And that was his entire premise. He was like, but I'm not gay though. I have a girlfriend. And I'm like, you're bi. It's like, no, I'm not. Come on now. And he was just a whole entire, like, the internalized homophobia with that one was extreme. But it was also coming from a place, this is what complicates it further, it was also coming from a place that he, being Southeast Asian, he didn't want to be viewed as submissive or like that, you know, feminine stereotype that the West has of Asian men. So it was like, no, I'm not gay. I'm not like that. And so it made him end up being like very, very homophobic, even though he's bi. And for years also, he was very violent, like very super violent. And he had so much anger built up inside from stuff that was done to him as a child that he just needed therapy. That's this kid's issue. Like, he needed therapy because he was treated so terribly as a child that then being a teenager, he didn't know how to deal with interactions and relationships and stuff like that. So we would beat each other up and just think it was okay. And it wasn't like I was beating on him, but it was like he would do it to me, so I would do it back because I was like, you're not going to treat me this way, right? And so that was very unhealthy. But now he's like, he's changed a lot. He's solidly bisexual. He's like, no, he's like, I like hot guys and I like hot girls, so don't judge me for it. You know, he totally admits who he is now. But back then, and now he, like, the funniest thing is, like, now he does drag and everything, and he's totally comfortable with his identity. Which, that's when I noticed the turnaround. Like, when he started going to Thailand, doing drag, and doing all kinds of different things, exploring himself and being himself, he changed for the better. And I'm like, that's proof that when you live authentically, you are a better person. Everyone is. And I think he's, like, really just worked through a lot of the issues that he had. So he's good as a friend. I'm not saying that he would ever still be a good partner for anyone. But he's very supportive as a friend. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. In a lot of ways, I'm like, he's a sweetie. He's turned his life around a lot. And that's proof that people do change. But also I feel like, for whatever reason, for the most part, it seems like there's one certain group that usually just doubles down on their shit and refuses to grow. But then the rest of us usually, not always, but usually come around and we see our faults and we're like, you know what, I was wrong for that. And we can grow and become a better person. And like that's the best possible outcome. But he's a funny one though, because I'll tell something good about him. Something that'll make you laugh. He likes to eat chocolate syrup on his ramen. So that's the kind of guy that this is. Like he's a unique individual. And, you know, I mean, he survived being on meth, so that could be why he's got those kind of taste buds. My partner's always like, it's the meth. And I'm like, I mean, I don't remember him eating that stuff when we were kids, so it could very well be leftover side effects from the meth. But he puts Hershey syrup on his ramen along with sriracha, and that's how he eats it. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing, like, I warned him back when we were still together and he was hanging around with those people. I was like, you shouldn't be. There is no reason a little 14-year-old Southeast Asian boy should be hanging around with 20-something-year-old Caucasian meth addicts. Like, there's no reason. And he's like, oh, I can handle myself. Like, oh, I'm sure you can, but, you know, also, don't do this. Yeah, absolutely. And they got him on that shit. And then, like, he flipped the script on him, and then he started actually being the one that was, like, selling it to him. And I'm like, good for you for making a profit off their shit, but also, like, don't do it anymore. Just, like, don't do it at least. But now he's totally away from that. He still has his own issues with other substances, but he's gotten a lot better. So, he mostly just drinks now, which is better than what he used to do. But also I worry because he's the only guy that I know that can drink like that. You know that really cheap Chinese rice wine that is so fucking strong? It's basically like moonshine, like that stuff. He drinks an entire bottle of that, and this guy is only like 115 pounds soaking wet. Yeah, I smoke weed. I drink, but only rum. That's weird, I know, but, like, I can't do other liquor. Because I'm gluten intolerant, so I can't do other liquor. Because a lot of it has gluten in it, so I can only do rum. And if I drink anything else, it makes me sick as well. So I'm like, okay, I'll only do rum. And so, yeah. Yeah, he's crazy. I love him, but gotcha. Yeah, I can't drink beer at all. Beer makes me very sick and very drunk very fast. I like cider. Like, I like the Black Widow cider. That's really good. It's also gluten-free, so that's kind of why I drink it. But what I tried recently was Tanduay Filipino rum. That stuff's good. Really good. It also got me very drunk very fast. Because I was having, like, a party by myself one night, and I was drinking that and just, like, sending videos of me singing my own songs to my partner, and he's like, looks like you really enjoyed yourself. And I'm like, I did. I did. But, like, don't mix CC lemon with rum. It's weird. It's very weird. I should have just drank the rum straight up. I love that though. Oh, I've tried them all. I've tried them all. But you need to try Tandue. It's only $15. Like, it's $15 for a bottle of Tandue, either silver or gold Filipino rum, and it's definitely worth trying. Yeah. Yeah, CC Lemon. I mean, if I had, like, silver rum, like, if I had Bacardi Silver instead of Bacardi Gold, it'd probably be okay. But I'm literally drinking Bacardi Gold with CC Lemon because that's all I had in my house. And it's not the best. Yes, we definitely should. We definitely should. I have literally been trying. Yes, we definitely need to. I have had the most odd winter into spring that I've ever had. And just weird stuff keeps happening. And I'm like, but it's okay. It's totally okay. It's okay. But I work the entire weekend, so it gets so annoying because, like, I work from Thursday through Sunday without, like, any time to do anything. So then come Monday, I'm usually doing music stuff, and, like, I have my performance on Monday night, so I typically practice during the day and then get ready to go at night. Tuesday I work, and then Wednesday is usually my day for me. Like, I just don't do anything. Like, today I literally laid in bed all day. I laid in bed until I got ready for the stream. Okay, so we could definitely get together sometime on a Monday or Wednesday. Probably, preferably a Monday, because like I said, Wednesday's just usually my day where I just don't do anything. Occasionally I'll do an open mic on Wednesday night, but it's only from 8 to 10, so I'm still, like, not really doing much. That used to be my day where I would spend with my partner, but now that he works Monday through Friday and I work Thursday through Sunday, it's like we never see each other anymore. But hopefully that changes when the weather gets nicer, because it's easier to access somebody when the weather's nicer, you know what I mean? Nobody wants to walk when it's cold outside. I mean, I do, but, like, they don't. I would love that so much. I would love to collab with you. That would be amazing. I'm always open as well. Like, right now, I'll tell you my goal. Okay, so it's kind of a stretch, but I'm trying to get to where I can perform at Pride this year. Like, that is my ultimate goal. Like, I'm trying to make the connections, and I had to make a Facebook page, so I finally made a Facebook page for my music because I didn't do that for years. And because I have, like, Reverb Nation, Spotify, SoundCloud, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. But my Facebook was just private, you know? Like, it's just private. It wasn't connected to my music at all, really. Occasionally, I would share something that I was working on, like, with my friends list, but it wasn't a thing. But I finally made a Facebook music page because the eligibility criteria for performing at Pride is you have to have 1,500 followers on Facebook. And I'm like, I don't have a Facebook page. So I got to get 1,500 followers by the end of April, I think. And I'm at 600 right now. So I'm like, got to make it difficult, don't you? Like, it is so rare to have, like, a queer Asian artist in this country. Honestly, anywhere. Because it just seems like a lot of the Asian LGBT that I know are actors. Like, that I know of. They're actors, usually, not musicians. I know, right? I love that, though. I walked in the rain. I speed walked in the rain to my partner's house back in October. So I feel you there. it's like, I would understand. Yeah, I would understand. It was like 1,500 followers on Spotify or SoundCloud or Instagram, but it's like Facebook. So I gotta get. Basically, it's boomers that use Facebook now. A lot of boomers use Facebook for whatever reason. I'm like my mom loves Facebook, and I'm like, that's weird. That's so weird. Definitely. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I wonder what would happen if I started promoting myself on 4chan again like I used to. Hmm. That might be a way to get some instant followers. But I might get doxxed again, so who knows? I got doxxed in 2009 on 4chan. Oh yeah, I was one of the OG femboys on there, like writing my little sign with the whatever fucking shit I was told to write. A little messed up looking at it from an adult perspective, considering I was a teenager. But you know, life happens. I knew I wasn't going to ever, like, meet with anyone that I met on the internet, you know what I mean? Like, I was safe in the sense that I was like, I'm never going to meet up with someone, but also I was immature in the sense that I was like, ooh, this is harmless, I'm going to do this. Not realizing that it was like, okay, this person that's talking to me is 35 and I'm way younger than that. I met my partner through 4chan, so good things do happen. Like he found me on there, led him to my YouTube channel. YouTube channel led him to a way to message me. Then we started talking. Yeah, that's how that happened. So 4chan has good benefits, but I'm like, I am tempted to just like put my music in like the B-boards and see what happens. Like, because whether they hate it or not, it's still gonna get me attention, right? But I'm like, also, do I want to risk getting doxxed again? That's why I mostly hung out, though. I was mostly in the B-boards because there was a lot of femboy threads. And it was easy for me to post stuff. Yeah, true. The only difference now is at least they're not going to send stuff to my mom. Because when I was a teenager, when they doxed me, they sent shit to my mom. Fortunately, it was nothing X-rated. It was just like, you know, etchy, but still safe for work. Because it was like shirtless and just posed provocatively. But they sent that shit to my mom. Like, how weird is that? Like, who sends that to someone's mom? That's weird. So at least now, it's like, I live alone. It's like, so nobody's gonna see anything that I don't want them to see. But I also worry about my partner because he's super, like, secretive about, you know, his identity online. So I would not want them to somehow dox him. So that's probably what's holding me back from doing it. Because, like, I'm the type, like, if I do something and then bad things happen to me as a result of my poor decision, all right, I'll take it. But if something happens to someone else because of my poor decision, I don't want that. I don't want that. You know what I mean? And I just feel like that's where they go with it. I just feel like they now that I'm not like a teenager living at home with my parents, I feel like they'd take it to my relationship and try to like fuck that up. So yeah, I probably won't. Probably won't. I might post on 4chan, but not in the B boards. I might post on like the Yaoi thread or something, or one of the more gay friendly areas. Yeah, see, I cultivate a brand in a sense that, like, a lot of people that interact with me on a surface level think that my whole at Jap 13 persona is, like, entirely who I am. And it's like, no. This is a persona I created when I was 13 years old. It is an armor. That's what I refer to it as. It's an armor that I created to protect me from all the bad shit. So it's like a caricature of who I am. So, you know, like at the carnival when they draw those caricatures of you. So that's like kind of what I created. So I took things about myself and elements of who I am and created a persona based off of a hyperbole of that. But idiot trolls on the internet think this is my entire personality. And it's like, I'm very open, I'm very extroverted, I'm very outgoing, I like attention. But also, there's a whole other side of me that nobody's ever gonna see unless they are in my life for real. I get that. I feel that. For me, it's so weird. I feel like it's the opposite. Like, I seem so open online, but then, like, if you spend a day with me, I'm actually pretty reserved and kind of, like, not so extreme in person. I kind of went the opposite way with that. It's like, I felt the need to be extreme online, right? To create this image that would get attention. Plus, like I said, I created this when I was 13. And when I was 13, I couldn't be out at all. I had to hide who I was, so I discovered the internet, and I'm like, ooh, I can be who I really am. And so I created an image that was like who I aspired to be, I guess. And I didn't even realize I was genderqueer until I was like 23. And that's not that long ago. So for the longest time, I went through so many identities before I realized it's like, no, it's okay to be both. It's okay to transition to be somewhere in the middle. Like, it's okay to be me. And it took a long time for that. Because I thought I had to, like, pick one side or the other, you know? Like, as a teenager, I didn't realize I could be me. I thought I had to just choose, like, which side I was on. It's like, no. That would be way too boring if that was the case. There's so much more variety than just one or the other. And the cool thing about that is my song Duality is kind of about that. Because, like, I poke fun about the fact that I, like, can't make decisions. And I feel... Because it's, like, at the end of the day, it's like, I'm genderqueer, which falls, like... Genderqueer and non-binary are pretty much the same thing. It's just... I prefer the term genderqueer, and then a lot of folks prefer the term non-binary. It's all about however you identify. So I'm genderqueer. I'm technically bisexual, even though everyone, like, automatically boxes me in as gay. And I'm like, yeah, I have had a male partner for 13 years. But I am very open to other genders as well. That's just the relationship that I'm in. You know what I mean? Like, that's who I fell in love with. However, I'm still attracted to other genders. And then, on a more serious side, I am bipolar. So I experience very high highs and very low lows. So my song Duality is basically just an ode to everything about me. And it's like taking a lighthearted approach of like kind of like laughing at myself, but also being serious about myself. You know? A lot of my music is like that. I will say that pretty much every song I've written has like a deeper meaning. And like right now I'm in a hypomanic episode. So like I'm bipolar too, so instead of getting mania, I get what's called hypomania. And I've been in a hypomanic episode for the last 2 weeks. Usually they only last about 7 to 10 days, but this one is lasting very long for whatever reason. I'm not mad about it because when I am hypomanic, I tend to be very productive creatively. Unfortunately, I called off the entire weekend because I was having a meltdown. So I cannot work like in the usual sense because I can't focus, but when it comes to creative stuff, my motivation is extreme. And like staying up till 6 a.m. and waking back up at 10 a.m., it's just all part of it. And usually it's like a lack of appetite as well. But I've been forcing myself to eat at least because in the past I've dealt with like eating disorder. Trigger warning, content warning. In the past I've dealt with eating disorders. So since I recovered, my hypomanic episodes like makes me like have no appetite, but I force myself to eat because that's literally how my restricting behavior started. As I was in a hypomanic episode and I lost weight from the hypomanic episode, and then I saw that I had lost weight and continued with it. So, and that lasted for like 8 years. So now that I've gotten to the point where I can consider myself recovered, I don't want to fall back into that. So I'm like, depression is terrible and anxiety is also terrible. My partner has like major depressive disorder, and I have a good friend that has anxiety, and yeah, I definitely feel you on that, even though I don't have those individual issues, but I definitely feel you. And also my spending problem. That's another part of my hypomania, because apparently they say that some people like have unprotected sex or poor decision making, or then other people have like excessive spending, and that's where mine falls more. I make some dumb purchases. Fortunately, I usually return all of them, but because that's what's so weird. It's like you get the satisfaction from buying this thing, but then you can return it and it doesn't take away that satisfaction. So I guess that's the only good thing about that particular tick with my hypomania is the fact that at least I can return these items, get my money back, and still have like the mental satisfaction that I had purchased it. It's kind of a loophole out of it. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Oh, I feel that. Yeah, what do I usually buy? I just buy, it could be anything. Like my most recent purchase that was not necessary was I bought like an electric razor because I wanted to shave one side of my hair. And it's like, I tried. Like, if I look a little different than I did a while ago, it's because I literally tried to shave some of my hair off, decided halfway through that it did not look good, and stopped. So I hope I don't look entirely terrible, but I shaved some of my hair off myself because I wanted something different. Thank you. Thank you so much. But actually now that I've gotten used to it, I kind of like it, because it potes better. Because I wore my hair in the same style for years, and I was like, I want something new. So I poted it further over this way, to do like that. And then I wanted the more smooth side on this side. And I feel like it looks okay right now. It looks okay now. But at first, I was getting concerned. I was like, this looks awful. What have you just done? I'm pretty sure if I ever want to do that look, I need to get it professionally done. I love your hair. It looks so cute and it's so you. Like, I don't know how that works, but it's just like, it's you. Like, I just love it. I love it. I used to have really long hair. Like, I grew my hair out really long. And then one day, after I moved, I was just like, you know what? I'm so tired of having long hair. I'm just cutting it. So I always wore it in a ponytail anyway. So it's like, what's the point in having long hair if you have like the short hair in the front that you style and then the back is just in a ponytail. So I just cut it off. And it's slowly like I'm slowly relying less and less on my hairstyle to make my image. I love the bright pink locks. Like, I dyed my hair red because I wanted something that was so different. Because I felt like, at least back in 2010, a lot of Asian Americans were going blonde or purple, right? And I was like, you know what? I want to go red, but not like fantasy red. I want to go like fucking natural bright copper. So that's been my hair color ever since. And I'm probably going to keep this hair color until I'm like very old. Because it just works for me. I think the pink looks great on you. Green would look great too, though. My hair used to be purple. Like, I was one of those. I had purple hair. I feel like every goth kid, every emo kid ever had purple hair at some point. You know what I mean? But I went natural fucking copper. It also is because a lot of places, when you work, certain places, they don't allow, for whatever fucking reason, they don't allow unnatural hair colors. So I wanted to like work my way around the system. But like, you know what? I want to be unnatural for me without being unnatural for them. And I just felt that fucking copper was the most intense natural hair color you can get. Because everybody does bleach blonde, and it's like, you gotta be a special kind of Asian to pull off bleach blonde. That's all I gotta say. So otherwise, you're gonna look like a pretentious bitch. No offense to my bleach blonde Asians out there, but like, also, most of the time you look like a pretentious bitch. Like you're just trying to fit in with them. And the coolest thing is, my partner was like, is your hair naturally red? And I'm like, naturally red? I'm Japanese. How does that work? And he's like, oh no. If you have Ainu blood, you can be a natural redhead. And I'm like, I didn't know that about my own culture. I appreciate that, but also, no, I am not. That'd be super cool, though. And a lot of times in Japan, people ask me now if I'm Ainu, and I'm like, no, I just, this is out of a box. Okay, thank you so much. I will look at it as soon as I am done on here because I don't know where I put my phone, and if I try to pull it up on here, my internet will crash because my technology doesn't like me that much. And the funny thing is, the weirdest part of it all is the most popular color to dye your hair in Japan is like some type of red, which is kind of cool, honestly. But I just got this idea from Nishikawa because he had copper hair in the 90s. And I'm like, I want to have copper hair because everybody says I'll look like him. So I'll look even more like him if I dye my hair the same color as his was. So then when I was a TM Revolution impersonator for a long time, like the highlight to my young life was being able to talk, sing, dress, and walk like TM Revolution in the 90s. Yeah, absolutely. That's what it is. That is what it is. I'm literally looking at my TM Evolution poster because when I have people over, they're like, is that you? And I'm like, no, I wish. I ordered two totally unrelated to that conversation, but I ordered two Astolfo posters. I ordered one that's like a throne poster, and it goes along. I felt like it went along with my theme of like King of Shinjuku, so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna get that one. And then the other one's like the Astolfo propaganda poster. I don't know where I'm going to put that one because I don't have much space. I live in a studio, so I don't know like where I'm going to put it. But I'll find a place. I want to ultimately get like a Japanese scroll to put on my one wall. And then I think my decorating will be done. Because I have like my pride flag. I have TM Evolution. I'm going to have Astolfo. I need like a traditional Japanese skull wall art, and then I'll be done. Yay! Like, we're the coolest. We're totally the coolest. I plan on actually moving in September to a different location. Possibly. Possibly. Not entirely. But I kind of want to be in the city more. But we'll see what happens. And Exactly. See, I love that. And I'm one of those weird people. See, I don't have furniture. This is going to sound so weird, but you'll get to learn something about me. I don't have furniture. All I have is a bed. I'm very simplistic when it comes to that. I like having my floor space open because, one, I like to practice my music and how I'm going to, like, maneuver myself when I'm entertaining. Because I don't want to be the type that just goes up there and stands and sings the entire time. I mean, you can do that if you're singing a ballad or if you've got a voice that good. But if you're relying on the entire artistry, you gotta, like, be able to maneuver the stage. So I use my open floor space to practice my performance before I perform. I literally do a whole dress rehearsal. And I like having that open space. Also, if I want to work out or anything, I have open space to do it. But all my friends are more on the thing of, like, they want furniture and they want, like, they want an entire house shoved into a studio. I'm like, nah. I like just having my bed, and then I have my recording space, and then I have my theater, as I call it, my stage where I can practice. Yeah. Okay, so my recording setup is my friend is supposed to be bringing my green screen to me when the weather gets nicer. He's been saying that he's going to bring my green screen to me for like 6 months, so we'll see. But my green screen is still at my mom's house. So I use software to create a virtual green screen so we have this nice, beautiful Shinjuku Club background. And I have my laptop set up on a suitcase with my lighting, my microphone, and everything next to me that I need. Like, I have a lot of these things. They are external drives. Pretty much every hard drive that I ever had in a computer, I have on one of these. And they're very cheap on Amazon. And they're like 2 terabytes, so they're a very good investment. So I have those. The Sims 4. Because I don't play a lot of games, but I play The Sims, I play Fate Grand Order, and I play The Secret World. That is it. And I'm recently getting into VR chat, but I don't know about all that. I have to create my own custom avatar first because I do not like the avatar choices on there. Ugh. Hideous in my opinion. And then I'm literally just in front of a white wall so that I can create the virtual green screen. And I have like floor heating, so when it's cold, I'm literally sitting on a warmed floor, which is really nice. That's like I say that's like the best part of living here because when I stream, I'm sitting on a warmed floor instead of how the floor usually gets cold. Not this one. Yeah, I used to do like SD cards or like the jump drives, but the jump drives break. So the little USB jump drives that are like 2 inches long, you know what I'm talking about. They can break, and when the USB port breaks on them, then everything you had on that you can't get it anymore. And with SD cards, it's like everything's gone micro SD now, so it's like I just go with these things. I mean, it's a little fucking rectangle, but they don't break easily. They seem pretty durable, and you can take like the cord off, and then it's just a box. And like it's all USB, so everything's compatible with each other. And it's super easy to put this one has my old hard drive in it. That's cool. I have so like the tech specs. I have an Audio Technica microphone because I researched and I bought this kind because it's supposed to be the best for music recording. And then my webcam is just whatever my partner said was the best. Because he started streaming before me and he kind of recommended everything for me. So I just went with what he was doing because I felt like, you know what? You know your stuff. Even though I was the original one that did like YouTube and everything. So I helped him pick out like a ring light and a microphone. But then he helped me pick out a webcam and a green screen. Which is kind of funny. Okay, that's cool. That's good to know. That's good to know. Because right now, all I have is the fucking, what are they called? Gumi. The Gumi earbuds that are like from 2010. Like, that's what I use. I just buy them on Amazon for $7 and then they break in like 3 months and I gotta buy another pair. I need to buy like a good pair of headphones for at home when I'm working on music and streaming, then just have my like cheap throwaway earbuds for when I'm on the train or whatever. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. What I like about the Audio Technica is I can hook the earbuds up to it and I can hear my own feedback of what I sound like vocally. That's like, I have like a love hate relationship with that because I hate the way I sound, but also I like to know how I sound. Whereas before I got this set up, I used to record on my phone. Yeah, I actually I feel like my music has gotten so much better because I have a professional recording equipment now, but before I used to record on my phone. And I know a lot of people, there's been people that make movies on fucking iPhones. And a lot of people do their acting photo shoots on their phone, but I feel like my stuff has it's leveled up a little bit since getting the professional microphone. I want to get like the sound pads because my place is very echoey because I don't have a lot of furniture and it's just a wide open room. So I want to get like the sound pads to like put on the walls so that when I record stuff it's not echoey because it kind of like makes it to where I have to either record during the day or at least at a decent time because I don't know what can be heard by my neighbors. Yeah, I use an app called Professional Recording Device. And apparently it was supposed to record professionally. And I mean, it doesn't sound bad, but I can definitely tell the difference between now and then. Way, 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 way back in the day. I recorded my debut single on a camera, on a Toshiba video camera, blocking out the video and just recording the audio. And the funniest part of it all is until Rule 34, that song was my most downloaded, most streamed, most played track of all time. I record on Audio Technica microphone using Sony Acid Studio. I will sometimes record in Audacity and then transfer it to Acid Studio. It kind of depends on the mood I'm in. I get different results with both softwares. So, like I said, it depends on what mood I'm in. Yeah. Yeah, literally my most famous song was recorded on a Toshiba camera from 2010. And to this day, that is the song that is in curation on Reverb Nation, in the top whatever on number one music, and the most requested, like, on every social media that I'm a member of. And I'm like, that was a shot in the dark. That song was a literal shot in the dark. I can't wait to perform it live one day, but I went into that just like blindly, just not even knowing anything about editing, not knowing anything about digital music production. I was teaching myself as I recorded and made that. And you know what? That makes me... Okay, yeah, I use Acid Studio. Okay, so what is Reaper exactly? And is that can I use that on PC or is that a Mac software? Because Fruity Loop Studio is more compatible with Mac, and Acid is more compatible with Windows. But I'm interested in this Reaper software. Because Audacity gets annoying. Okay. So what is the difference between that and, like, say, using Audacity? I'll be right back. I'm not gonna change the screen because it's not necessary. I'm just gonna be right back. Okay. Because I'm always interested in learning about new software and, like, learning new techniques to make my sound better. Like, some of my older stuff, I feel like the draw, like, what draws you in is the fact that it sounds so raw and authentic. But now that I'm trying to be more professional and have a better sound, I'm, like, always interested in learning new ways to make a better sound. Okay. Yeah, because I need a little auto-tune. So do you have, like, auto-tune, like, on your stuff, or... Because the funniest thing is, none of my stuff is auto-tuned. But I actually need a little bit. Oh, that's awesome. I'm trying to get into an actual studio in the summer, though. I have a friend that I work with, and he's a rapper, and he goes to the studio to record, and I'm trying to get some studio time because his stuff sounds great. Like, I love the mixes they do, and I'm like, I want to get in the studio at least to record, like, a couple songs, you know what I mean? Just to see what it sounds like having a studio recording versus having an at-home recording. Okay, that's cool then. Awesome. Yeah, I don't use auto-tune either. I use reverb and equalizer. That's kind of the only editing I do on my vocals. Because I like making it sound like it's a live ambiance. I think that makes it unique. And I'll show you real quick. I will play, since I'll be back in a second, but I will play the one I was talking about earlier when I said, this was recorded literally on a fucking camera. And somehow it got me noticed by an actual manager, producer in Tokyo. And I'm like, how? But also, okay. I don't know how familiar familiar you are with the alternative music festival that happens in Japan called Paint Your Teeth. It's like an avant-garde music, entertainment, art showcase. But I was a part of that way, way back in 2012. And they already said I can come back. Like, when I can get back to Japan, I can come back and perform again. Let's see. Radioactive Dating. Locked In. This is the one. Yeah. Oh, for sure. I love that. One second. Okay, so yeah, that is my debut. Recorded on a Toshiba video camera. Produced in Acid Music Studio 7. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it so much. Arigatou gozaimashita. So yeah, that was my debut. And for whatever reason, that is still the most popular song until Rule 34. I will have to say, I finally topped the chart on that. I finally topped myself. I topped myself with Rule 34. And I have another single coming out on April 13th. And my goal is to have my album out by September. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I just do what I feel, you know? And literally, when I made that, I had no knowledge of anything. I was just, like I said, it's my shot in the dark. And somehow that is the song that got me noticed on anything. And I put it on Reverb Nation, and I ended up with 1,000 fans. And I'm like, how did this even happen? And then I put other stuff up, and it's like, it doesn't get any attention. And I'm like, why is everyone still listening to Locked In when I'm putting out stuff that's higher quality? But, I mean, it's unique. It's got a very organic vibe to it. And I think that's what made it noticeable, is the fact that it was so different. And I mean, I tried to recreate that energy with Neon Toka Saisha. I tried to recreate that energy with Bound by Society. I tried to recreate that energy with Konto Musuko Chikara, and it never happened. That's kind of like, yeah, for real, honestly. But then comes along something like Rule 34, and it gets noticed just because it's called fucking Rule 34. But I will... Okay, so the next thing that I'm going to play is something entirely different than what you just heard. This is something that I wrote in one day. I wrote this in one day, recorded it on a different day, and mixed it on a different day. So this is a 3-day work, and it is the leading song for my next album. But that's because it's so raw, so authentic, so real. And this is the next one that I'm going to perform live. So I'm going to be performing this live on Monday. And is so... This one is everything. Because it's one of those things where most people bare their soul in like a ballad or whatever, and I'm like, nah, I'm gonna do it this way because this is my way, and it's my music, and it's my image, and this is how I'm gonna do it. And this is called Lifeless. And it's so funny because, like, you listen to Locked In and then you listen to Lifeless, and they couldn't be more different, but also it couldn't be more the same. Oh, absolutely, for sure. Always the most raw, identifiable songs are the best.
Sucking dick out bad just to pay for the shit. I don't break even, I still owe a bit. Told me I'm nothing, I'd never make it. Talentless bag only uses to sell it. My beats are lame and I can't sing for shit. Lyrics are vulgar but my passion is lit. Makeup too heavy, my pants don't fit. Never give up, I put my heart in it. They say life's not fair, but there gotta be more than this. 10 years ago, baby, I sing a song saying exactly this. So young and hopeful, I just wanna protect that kid. I'm here now, strong and resilient, cause of that kid. They say less is more, but I think more is less. The more I indulge, the satisfaction is less. To be happy isn't built on money and success, but I need that cash to afford happiness. I got a life and my life ain't less. Depressed but well dressed, I love this mess. Do whatever it takes, I'll get there one day. Future's manifesting but doesn't look at today. Keep my head up, don't care what they say. Bearing the real stuff without dismay. Always the sum at the end of the day. Stop lying to myself, I'm just fake and gay. Ask about this madness, all I gotta say. Have to be the best, but only my way. They say life sucks, but there gotta be more than this. 10 years ago, baby Octo wrote a song addressing this. So wise and mature, I just wanna support that kid. I'm here healing and persevering cause of that kid. I hear less is more, but I say more is less. The more we regret, the motivation is less. To be happy isn't built on fame and success, but I need that attention to have happiness. You got a life and that life ain't less. Stressed and depressed, I love our mess. Put my emotions and soul in the shit. Left everything behind to pursue it. You saved my life, I hope you realize it. Loved and free, this my authentic shit. Passion for music with a message in it. I don't need a lot, but I need a hit. Work hard to keep my body fit. One day I'll look back and say, I fucking made it. They say that's life, but I know there's more than this. 10 years ago, that boy believed in all of this. So dedicated and brave, I love that kid. We'll be here thriving cause of that kid. Less is more and more is less. Give and take, only my doubts are less. I'll get my fame, you'll get your success. Together forever, this our happiness. We have our life, we won't accept less. We're here every day and love our mess.
So yeah, that one is the most like bearing it all that I've ever been. And the fact that I acknowledge the person I'm with in it as well is very vulnerable. Thank you. Thank you. And like I mentioned earlier, like I usually add like distortions and special effects and all that stuff. And it's like for that one, I was like, nah, I'm just going to keep it real. Just entirely. And it's down tempo, and it's down tempo without being depressing. You know what I mean? Like some down tempo music like brings down the mood, and I'm like, I want it to be uplifting, but in a raw, authentic way. So when I wrote that, I was just like, it's my life. If my current situation were a song, that would be it. And yeah. But then I have other stuff like Quarter Life Crisis that sounds entirely different than that. And that's why I'm like, I don't call myself a vocalist because my vocal abilities are very limited. But I am an artist and an entertainer. And yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go for it. Send it. I'm still drinking like fucking Bacardi Gold and CC Lemon. Please save me. I don't want to go down in like music history being known for that combination. My usual go-to when I go to a bar is like I drink fucking Kahlua on the rocks because I like coffee. But I haven't had Kahlua for a while now. Because that shit is expensive. Okay, thank you so much for linking that to me. And yeah, like coffee liqueur is just the best. And Kahlua is my favorite because it is rum based. So it's rum and coffee liqueur. And, you know, I like my rum. So, yeah. I'm the guy that goes to a bar and asks for an espresso martini with rum instead of vodka. Okay. Because at least I know when I'm drinking rum, it's gluten free. I'll also do tequila, like shots of tequila, but they also get me really fucked up, so I try not to do that. One night I took too many free shots of tequila because I was hanging out with my friend, and he was just picking everything, and that's what he wanted, and I did not remember getting home. And that was kind of terrifying because I lost my fucking ID, but fortunately, some very kind lady mailed it to me. So I got my ID back, and there was a happy ending to that story. But free shots of tequila are not good for me. Sometimes I feel like my friends forget that I'm like a lot smaller than they are, and I'm like, I can't keep up with you guys. And it's like, no, I literally can't keep up with you guys because my body mass will not allow me to. Like, I feel like I have a pretty high tolerance. Like, when I went to my work holiday party, I had like 11 shots of rum, and I came home and decorated my apartment. But that's also like rum drunk is different than like tequila drunk. That's all I'm gonna say. I fucking love Japanese woodblock art porn. I was just talking about this. So, like, my partner and I was having this discussion about Japanese woodblock art porn. And I'm like, that was some gay shit. And also female masturbation, which is something like nobody acknowledged back in those days, right? Like nobody acknowledged that like women wanted to fucking masturbate too. But Japanese woodblock porn acknowledge all that. So I love that so much. It's like queer as fuck, feminist as fuck. And it's like without even trying to be. Nice, nice. I love that. I love that. Yeah. I mean, like, the reason my. Okay, so full disclosure, my next album is called Demon of Shinjuku just because my partner one night was talking to me and he's like, so if you want to be the demon of Shinjuku or whatever. And when I heard that sentence, I was like, that's going to be the title for my next album. So I'm totally going to credit him when it's released. But I'm obviously not going to use his real identity. Instead, I'm going to use his streaming identity so that he gets maybe a little more attention on his stream without getting any identity reveal. So it's a win-win. Yeah. And it's literally just like a fuck you to like the fact that everyone tries to like make everything that's not super Western Christianity based into like fucking demons. And it's like, no. It's like, no. Shinto gods are just as valid as any other gods. You know what I mean? So that's where it came from. It's literally. Yeah. Because usually. It's so weird because, like, my first album was Radioactive Dating, which is. So, like, my whole reason for naming my debut album Radioactive Dating, it was a double entendre because, you know, you're familiar with radioactive dating in science, right? Well, I heard that catchphrase and I'm like, I could make that into something more. That sounds kind of fun. And I'm like, the positive and negative energy coming together, colliding. It's fucking radioactive. The energy. So I named my first album Radioactive Dating. Because I'm like, you're fucking dystopian, alien, androgynous lover, right? Then my second album, King of the New World, was my dystopian dreamland, my neon dictatorship. If I were to take over this shit, it would be so much better. Because there would be love and respect and equality for everyone. And anyone who disagreed with that would literally be forced to, like, listen to propaganda about equality and diversity and love and respect. Like, no harm, no bad stuff. Just listen. You know what I mean? So, King of the New World, that's what that was. So, like, Radioactive Dating was, like, the nuclear fallout, and then King of the New World was, like, the New World Order, you know? And then my third, Existential Decay. The funniest thing about Existential Decay is I decided the title for Existential Decay long before COVID was even a thing, right? Like, I have a tendency to start working on my next album while finishing the previous album. So, like, before I finished Radioactive Dating, I was already starting on King of the New World. Before I finished King of the New World, I was already started on Existential Decay. Before I finished Existential Decay, I'm already working on Demon of Shinjuku. But the funniest thing about it is Existential Decay. This track listing. And then COVID hit. And I'm like, why does this feel so real right now? Because I always call, like, my the fantasy world that I've created with my music and image. I always call it like the dystopian dreamland. So like you take like a sci-fi dystopia and you combine it with like a fucking femboy utopia, and it's a dystopian dreamland, right? Like in my song Neon Dokusaisha, if you translate it, that's what it is. Like even the cover art, it's like where the grass is orange and the sky is silver. Like that's what it is. Like in the dystopian dreamland, it's like you got like a fucking neon green sun, star, whatever. The sky is metallic fucking silver, and the grass is neon orange, right? Maybe it's not even grass, it's just fucking ground, right? It's very futuristic, very welcoming of cosmic forces. I love that so much. I love that so much. Yeah, I'm very much. My partner and I both are very much into like. Aliens are definitely a thing. And like. UFO sightings are real. And I fucking love that. I love that so much. Super cool, super cool. Yeah, see, I want to make some music videos and stuff this summer. Because I know in the winter no one wants to do anything, right? Because it's cold and whatever. But like now that the weather's warming up, I definitely want to make some music videos because that's something I have not done yet. And right now I have someone on Instagram that has reached out to me and they're like, we'll make you an animated music video for Rule 34. And I'm like, that is what I need in my life. That is what I need in my life. Also, I drew that shit. So if you look at the cover art for my song Rule 34, I drew that. That is my original artwork. Because I took like a ridiculous amount of art in school. And I had like fucking computer generated art, graphic design, all that stuff. And the hardest part about starting that cover was like I hadn't drawn anything for 10 years. I was like, I've not drawn for 10 years. Thank you. If you want the uncensored version, just hit me up. There is, in fact, an uncensored version. I had to censor the crotch area to make it marketable. But there is the original is fucking full throttle. It's explicit as fuck. Because when I say I wanted to Rule 34 myself before 4chan got the chance to Rule 30 for me, I was fucking on that shit. The weirdest thing is, the drunker I get, the better that tastes. I will send it to you. It's so funny because when I was first making it, my partner was like, wait, so like even the censored version, is that gonna be okay like on Facebook and stuff? And I'm like, I got all the important shit covered up, okay? It's gonna be fine. And I didn't get flagged anywhere, except fucking TikTok. Like, can you believe it? Like, TikTok, I could not put my album cover as my profile picture. I had to like crop it to where it was only waist up. And I'm like, well, you still get the same idea. But still, I'm like, what the heck? It's censored. It is censored. China. China has very weird censorship. I was surprised that Twitch let me change my icon to my Rule 34 cover, though, honestly. Like, I thought I would have to crop it, but nope. It's perfectly fine. Okay. Thank you so much. But yeah, like I did, like I wanted the super like yandere eyes, you know what I mean? And then like the fucking hentai blush. I was just really proud with how that turned out because again, like I was like, I haven't drawn anything for 10 years. So I did it by hand, like with good old fashioned pencil and paper. And then I uploaded and I colored it digitally. So it is a mixed media artwork. The original drawing is done by hand, and then the colorization is done by Photoshop. So, you know, I tried. I'm not a digital artist. I cannot draw on a tablet for shit, but I can fake it pretty good with pencil and paper. And it made my partner like, I want you to make me some custom hentai. And I'm like, listen, it took me a month to finish that. That one picture, like, you're going to be waiting for a while. That's amazing, though. That's amazing. Like, I feel being a photographer is an art in and of itself. You know what I mean? Like being able to capture the emotion and see the image for real. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I used to draw mostly like that was the first time I ever like drew myself. And no, I tried to do my best digital representation of myself. And that's the first time I ever did that. Usually I drew like fantasy characters. And also I wanted to do a more traditional anime approach, whereas usually my style is more like I combine realism with anime. So typically my artwork is like very realistic when it comes to like proportions and features, but yet it's animated. However, for that one, I wanted to do like the traditional fucking shoujo anime style. I feel like I nailed it, you know? I love street photography. It is so cool. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And the funniest thing is, I was like, I want to. When I was first conveying this idea to my partner before I ever done anything, I'm like, I'm gonna draw the cover artwork and I'm gonna put the title Rule 34 in like a fucking white drippy font to make it literally look like cum. And he's like, isn't that gonna get like banned or blocked? And I'm like, no, because I'm gonna censor it in a way that they can't ban or block me. And like, the tattoo is the artist's name. So I'm like, that works perfectly. Like, I have that tattoo, by the way. I don't know if you were aware of that, but I have that tattoo. The succubus mark that I designed myself. Because everyone else gets like that typical womb tattoo. Looks like the little fucking heart with things going up from it. I'm like, fuck that shit. I'm gonna put my music logo and make it a fucking succubus tattoo. And that's what I'm gonna get. It's like, I want to show it now. I was like, you know I'm drunk when I'm showing this shit. Can you see it? I designed that, and I got it done, like, it's only like a month and a half ago. But thank you. Thank you so much. And I love my tattoo artist too. Like, he was super cool. So that's important. That's important because whoever you let like permanently put something on your body, you gotta like feel comfortable with them, you know what I mean? At least that's my opinion. Like, I'm not gonna let just anybody permanently draw on me. But he did a great job, and it was great. The next thing I want to get the symbol for Shinjuku on the back of my neck. Yeah. I went to Yilan Zoo in Oak Park, and he's amazing. He is amazing. Super nice. Works with you. I don't know who that is, but that definitely sounds like... That's another thing. The cool thing about Elin is he's very reasonable. Very reasonable and very talented and very good. So, Oat Spirit Tattoo in Oak Park, I recommend. And, yeah. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. But, like, same. Like, I have 2 tattoos. One of them is on my leg. I got done last year. And then I got the at Chap 13 succubus mark this year. But now that I found Yelin, I'm going to go to him always. Yeah, you definitely do. Because I feel like it's very important to feel comfortable, too. You know what I mean? Especially when you're getting something, like, in that area, you know? Like, I feel sometimes, I don't know, it could just be me, but I feel like that's a weird area, you know? It's kind of intimate, it's kind of personal, but he was just like, oh yeah, okay, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't think of it as weird. So I like that. And he's super accepting and open, and I love that. Also, considering my designs are very typically Asian, it's nice to work with an Asian tattoo artist. And that's rare to find here, like in America. So, when my next tattoo that I'm getting is the symbol for Shinjuku on the back of my neck. And I'm going back to him because he did a great job on that. And I'm probably going to go in for a consultation next week to see how much it'll cost. And probably get it done in the next month. Cool, that's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, I love that. Do you have any tattoos right now? I'll show you my other one. Might be more difficult because it's on my leg. So, I don't know if it's showing up good because I'm standing up. And I don't know if the camera will focus or if the microphone is picking up me speaking. But I designed this one as well. You and me against the world. So that's my other one that I have. Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that was my first. I didn't feel that at all, which is funny. I'm like, I did not feel that at all. As for the other one, it's like, it didn't hurt. I could only really feel it when it was like in the center. So everyone tells me that like anything around the spine is gonna hurt. And I'm like, yeah, but it's like the back of my neck though. It's not like the actual spine. So I don't think the back of my neck's really gonna hurt that much. Yeah, you can say that. You could definitely say that. I wanted to say something, but then I was like, maybe that's not gonna be appropriate to say, but like, yeah. Oh, you know I will. I will send it right now. I hope you don't mind that I sound like a literal drunk salary man in Shinjuku on a Wednesday night every fucking night when I laugh wholeheartedly. That simple fact made me refrain from laughing entirely for years. I would just be like, the like fucking anime girl laugh. But no. I sound like a fucking drunken salary man when I laugh from my heart, from my soul. So, that it is what it is, you know? Sometimes you gotta embrace your inner salary man at an izakaya on a rainy Wednesday in November. Oh, and another thing I want to get is like, I want to get lols, you know, like the fucking internet trolling lols. Lols. I want to get that on my arm. Absolutely, you got it. You got it. Yeah, I want to get the lols tattoo on my arm right here. And everyone's like, but you want to go back to Japan? And I'm like, yeah, but that ain't going to look like Yakuza shit. If people think I'm in the Yakuza for having that, then I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to get, like, fucking sleeves or nothing. That's, like, what could be confused with Yakuza stuff, you know? Also, I'm not going to be going to the fucking onsen unless I rent it for myself due to gender shit. So, if my partner and I want to go to an onsen, we're going to, like, get the one where we can just be us, you know? It's going to be private. So, I don't have to worry. The only places that ban you for tattoos is the onsen. Not even all of them. But as trans folks, we don't want to be in the general population a lot of times at the onsen anyway. So we're going to stick with our little private room where we can be whoever we want to be. I do not think so. I mean, that was entirely the style that DJ Ozma was trying to do. DJ Ozma was so hot. Like, I gotta pull up a picture because he gave me a whole perspective on, like, everything. I always wonder what happened to him because I was like, you were so unconventionally hot by Japanese standards. It's crazy. I honestly think that Ozma just was like, fuck Japanese beauty standards. I'm gonna look like this. He literally didn't give a fuck. And he was also like, so flamboyant. I loved it. It's sad that he, like, quit making music in 2008 because I thought he was fucking great. I thought he was, like, so innovative for his time, you know what I mean? Like, he was being himself when nobody was being themselves. Because the Japanese aesthetic for back then, especially in like the mid early 2000s, was a very specific aesthetic, right? But Ozma was like, fuck all that. I'm gonna look like this and I'm gonna make hip hop music. And he always cited his influences too, which I think is very important. Because I'm super inspired by Todrick Hall. So whenever I'm asked, like, who are your main inspirations? I'm like, I don't know, Darren Gray and Todrick Hall. So if you combine those two, that's kind of the style I'm going for. And, like, Ozma was just amazing. And I cannot, how do I get this? One second, I'm trying to get this to work, but my internet is really slow when I'm trying to like load images at the same time while streaming and whatever. So we are going to go into okay, so we are going to look at some pictures of Ozma. Because okay, so this guy. You've probably seen him before. Like, I just feel like his style was so different and so unique for the time. For 2006, this was all three of them. And it's like, literally, like, this is Ozma, and this is the one Japanese rapper guy, and then this is the host looking guy. And the funniest thing was, this dude was 19, and he looks older than the rest of them. Well, maybe that's just my opinion, but I'm like, how does the teenager look older than the rest of you? But the funniest thing is, this guy looked up recent pics of him, and he looks the same. And I'm like, okay. Because it seems like Japanese folks age one of two ways. Either they're 19 and they look like they're 40, and then they stay looking that way forever. Or they're 25 and they look 15, and then suddenly they look 60. So I don't know. But this is the three members of Ozma. And a lot of people don't know that. Everybody just associates DJ Ozma with the dude in the front. And it's like, no, there was three people. It was a 3-person act. Yeah. Like, see, he was very flamboyant. And I love that. Fuck those Asian beauty standards. He was very unique. And it's sad if he feels like he run his course, because I would love to perform with him. I would love to work with him. I would love to see him live. And I also love like how overtly sexual his songs were, but yet they were done in such a cute manner that it's like nobody really realized. Okay, so I'm gonna do something. My video playback might get silenced, but I gotta play one of my favorite songs. My favorite songs of all time. So we're gonna go to my YouTube channel. I'm a little drunk, so it might take a minute. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. For sure. Totally embrace that. Totally embrace that. The other day, someone asked my boyfriend, they're like, oh, you're not 18? They thought he was 18, and he's like, he's 33. And they thought he was 18. It's like, yeah, definitely embrace that. Because they say Asian don't raisin, but also, like, Japanese, for whatever reason, it's like Japanese folks seem to age different than other Asians. It's like we either age overnight or we kind of look older and then stay looking that way forever. It's weird. But Japanese women, though, they kind of got like some kind of fountain of youth going on. That's why I'm like, no matter how gay I am, it's like Japanese women are like beautiful. Honestly, though, women with melanin in general are just fucking gorgeous. You know what I mean? Like, ladies with melanin are gorgeous. Whether you're pale Japanese or whatever, it's just gorgeous. And yeah, that was right. It's so weird because it's like estrogen makes you look younger, and it's like testosterone makes you look older, but at the same time, it's like sometimes looking older makes you more distinguished, depending, you know what I mean? Exactly. That's why, okay, I'm trying not to be controversial, but like, I hate when the colorless folks try to compare East Asians to them. And it's like, no. East Asians can be super pale. Like, I'm fucking pale as shit, right? Like, I'm very light. But at the end of the day, if you hold it up next to each other, it's like, it's a different pigment. It's a different kind of pale. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't melt and burn in the sun. I can be in the sun all day, every day, and I stay the same fucking shade. Because the melanin in me just keeps me this way, you know? But they always try to compare themselves to us and, like, try to be like, no, you're the most like us. It's like, no. We're actually more like everyone else of color. We're just lighter because our environment was cold, so we're lighter because it's fucking cold. But at the end of the day, even East Asians, by anthropology, have more in common with black and brown folks than they do with colorless folks. Absolutely. It's so funny because I went to like a resort last summer. It was a work trip, so it was paid for. And they were all like, why are you not burning? And I'm like, because I'm Japanese. They're like, yeah, but you're like as light as me. I'm like, yeah, but I'm as light as you, but I'm warm. There's a difference. That's why I couldn't buy makeup in America until like last year. Because you didn't have my skin tone. Because I'm warm but light. I don't have that little pink undertone you got going on. I still absorb the sun and the life energy that comes from the sun. I don't shrivel up and burn. Honestly, for sure. It's like they don't understand that the lightest fucking East Asian is still a different shade of light than they are. It's a different fucking shade. It's like they might look paler, but they're not gonna burn and fry in our life energy. Don't even get me started on the hair texture. Because they like to think that... Okay, so this is so random and probably so not what people want to talk about, but Asian hair texture is not at all like European hair texture. It's straight, but it's shaped different. It's not that greasy, limp stuff, you know what I mean? And then they go in and they're like, I want a VK hairstyle. Ooh. And then they get that VK hairstyle and their hair looks like they ain't got no hair no more. It's like, because it wasn't meant for your hair texture. Visual K hairstyles, you have to actually have texture. You know? Yeah, absolutely. It's so weird because I was reading, well, it's not weird, it's super cool, honestly. I was reading how actually persons of like African origin and persons of Asiatic origin, the hair texture is very similar. It's just the difference is with like a lot of African hair, it's curly, whereas Asian hair is straight. But like the way the follicle like grows out, it's the same. I'm like, that's very fascinating. The similarities. And they always want to be like, oh no, anime characters are white. And I'm like, bitch. Have you ever seen an actual European anime character? They are not cute. European anime characters look fucking European. So, and when they gatekeep about who can cosplay, it's like, if you, listen, bitch, if you want to gatekeep about who can cosplay, that would mean that only Japanese folks can cosplay. Because if your colorless ass can cosplay, then anybody can. Exactly, and they're like, oh, but their eyes are blue and their hair's blonde. And I'm like, do you not know that contact lenses exist? Do you not know that hair dye exists? What the fuck? Most white folks are not even natural blondes. And the ones that are pretentious as fuck. Exactly. And like, that's why I'm so happy that we're getting more respectable black anime characters, because I'm like, that's what we need. Because we don't need them thinking that they're like worshipped over in Japan, because that is not the case. I can tell you some stories from the inside. They like to think that they're being worshipped and honored, but those TV shows are literally making fun of the whole Baka Gaijin, and the entire Baka Gaijin is the colorless foreigner. We don't as a Japanese population, we don't consider anybody else at the same level as foreign as we consider them to be. Just because they make it a point to disrespect our culture in every possible way. Yeah, that was just fucking weird and disrespectful, but also that was so based off of Western cartoons. And who made Western cartoons? The colorless majority. And it's like, no. At the end of the day, everybody is more similar than them. And my partner always says that. He's like, Black and Asian have so much in common, but for some reason, for whatever reason, white folks decided to make it to where they didn't. And that was a thing for forever. And I'm like, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. Because Southeast Asian cultures are so connected to African culture. And, like, that's another thing I noticed. Like, just in, like, clothing and language, it's so similar. And I'm like, because everybody originated from Africa. Except, for whatever fucking reason, people of European descent are different than everybody else. And my partner is always like, just something went wrong somewhere. But yet they decided that they were superior. And I'm like, isn't that what the bully always does? The bully is always like, I am the best. Yeah, I don't consider you fetishistic at all. Honestly, in my opinion, the only folks that I consider as fetishizers are the European descent people, because they just fetishize the fuck out of everybody. They hate us until they constantly remind us what is wrong with us, but yet they fetishize us. So it's like, you know, so that's why I always feel like I feel like we need more Black and Asian solidarity, whether it's East Asian, Southeast Asian, South Asian, whatever. That is so true and so sad. That is so sad. But, and then the worst part, okay, so I'm a little drunk, so I would not say this when I was sober, but I have this thing where I will not let a colorless male top me. And that's always been my thing, because I feel like, oh, fuck it. White men fetishize the shit out of Asians. And I'm like, you're not gonna fucking top me. You're just not. And they have the audacity to be like, that's racist. I'm like, no. No, it's not. Because everybody else, it's fine. But you have this weird mentality when whether you're a straight dude fucking a female, or you're a gay dude, a top, fucking a dude, it's like you got this weird fetishy shit about it. And it's like, I'm not gonna let you do that. You're not gonna do that to me. Thank you. Thank you so much. And that is why it's like anybody else, I don't discriminate. But just like they do this thing and it's so weird. And I had this one dude on Grindr say to me, yeah, I could respect you if you were the kind of Asian that only fucked with Asians, but because you got a black partner, I can't respect you. And I'm like, go fuck yourself with the sharpest bayonet ever. Because you don't even have a clue what you're talking about. And I'm pretty sure he blocked me, but good. Yeah, and I feel that with everyone I've been with. And it's like, I don't want a part of that. I had one white girlfriend, and she cheated on me with 2 other Asians, and she just had a fucking Asian fetish a mile long. And it was an experience. I felt used. And I was like, well, that's never gonna happen again. I'm not saying I still couldn't be attracted to a colorless female, because I think some of them are cute. However, I've learned that you gotta really filter them. You gotta really, But when it comes to like straight, white, cisgender men, then they come on my Fet Life and they're like, suck my dick. And I'm like, your profile says straight and you're asking a dude to suck your dick. Do you not see an issue with this? Yes. Oh, for sure. And especially, like I said, like trans and non-binary. Usually trans white folks are more accepting and loving, and like they realize, you know what I mean? Like my best friend is a white gay dude. Like I love him to death. Whenever I have an issue in my life, he's the one I talk to. Like he is family to me. Like I love him. So he is literally like my fucking brother that I never had. And then I get these people on Grindr like, you just hate white people. I'm like, no, that is not it at all. I love everyone as long as you're respectful and treat everybody with respect and equality that they deserve. But the moment you start showing me some kind of like superiority complex, then no, I'm not about that. Honestly. And I'm like, I was assigned male at birth. I got surgery to have the configuration that I've got because I'm genderqueer. And then they're like, yeah, but do you have a hole there? And I'm like, no. And then they just keep insisting that I do. And I'm like, fuck you. Fuck you. And then they try to compare that to the same way that, like, because apparently, like, according to white men, apparently black men have a thing for Asians as well. And I'm like, yeah, but you know what? At least I've never felt disrespected and degraded when I've been with someone, you know? Like, what the fuck? Like, that's not the same at all, but okay. White men always wanting to be the center of attention 2.0. White men don't see trans women as women. They don't see trans men as men. You're absolutely right. They see fucking holes and they want to stick their dick in it. And that's all there is to it. So they'll fuck a trans woman and they're not gay because obviously it's straight, but you know what I mean. And then they'll fuck a trans man and they'll think they're still straight. Why the fuck is there a spider on my computer? There is a little fucking spider. What the fuck? There's a spider. One second, because there's a fucking white spider. And ain't those like fucking poisonous? Where the fuck did that shit go? What the fuck? I don't know, but there was a spider. For real though, it was a colonizer spider, and it was on my shit, and I don't know where it went. Where the fuck did that shit go? How did a spider get here? This is a very bizarre stream tonight, but I love you for it. Thank you so much. Grindr is so toxic, though. It is so toxic. Ah! No! I'm pretty sure he fucking bit my foot. He bit my foot. It really is. It really is. And then no matter what I put in my description, I still get them. Like, I'm going to change your mind. And I'm like, no, you're not going to get the chance. And no, you're not. Yeah. But the more I'm on different things, I'm like, the more trans for trans I am. Because I'm like, it's so difficult to find respectable cisgender guys on there. You know what I mean? They're all like this fucking colonizer spider just being all up in my shit and interrupting my stream and interrupting my day. Very true. Very true. Yeah, like, I met some amazing friends on there. And because I don't do like the hookups because I'm demisexual. So I gotta have a connection with someone to hook up with them. But I've met some really cool people. Like probably you. I probably made 4 friends on there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm demisexual. A lot of people don't know that because the way I present myself and my music and everything, but yeah, that's who I am. I didn't even realize that term. Why do I have this like screen pulled up this way? Okay. We're getting back to the good screen because like what the fuck is this doing? Where did that spider go? Where did the spider go? Okay. That's cool, yeah. Yeah. And it's like for years I didn't realize like what was wrong with me. So I'm like, why am I different than everyone else? Like, why do I not, you know, want to bang when I think someone's attractive? Like, why do I just want to look at them and flirt with them? But then it's like, if they touch me, I'm like, whoa, kitten, what you doing? But it's just because I have to have a deeper connection in order to be able to do that. And there are times I feel completely, to be honest, there are times I feel completely asexual. And if I wasn't with my current partner, I might actually be entirely asexual. Who knows? But also, what people don't understand about asexuality is the fact that you can still have a libido and still want to fucking masturbate. Here we are talking about masturbation at 4 a.m. But that's what the heteros never acknowledge. It's like, just because you're asexual does not mean that you don't experience arousal. Okay? You can want to get yourself off. That doesn't mean you're attracted to anybody else. That doesn't mean you want anybody else touching you just because you enjoy touching yourself. And that's how I was for years. Like when I was long distance with my partner, I was just like, I'm perfectly content. I was abstinent for 5.5 years because I got just as much enjoyment out of the mental stimulation from my partner talking to me combined with the physical stimulation from myself. I was good. I didn't need anything else. We totally can. We totally can. And just like that's the kind of like stereotypes I always love to just like obliterate. It's like, nah. Sometimes you just want it and you only want it from you. That's interesting. I've heard that. I've heard that. Yeah. Like testosterone is more overtly physical, whereas estrogen is more mental. That's what I have heard. Considering I like to have like a balance of both, I'm like, I gotta have both. Which ties also into the fact that I have a whole song about the fact that I can't make decisions. Where did that fucking spider go? Where did it go? I'm kind of scared now. Because it was just. Spider was spidering all over my shit. And I'm like, that you were not allowed to do that. Yeah, definitely hiding. It's weird because I can be aesthetically drawn to someone, but that doesn't mean I'm actually sexually attracted to them. At this current moment, it's so weird because like I'm only sexually attracted to my partner. So it's like I can be emotionally interested in a lot of, you know, if I develop that connection, I can be emotionally connected to other people, but not saying, okay, so basically, what I mean by that is I'm attracted to all different gender identities and gender representations and whatever, you know? But my partner is the only, like, male that I'm attracted to. However, when it comes to feminine and other gender identities, that changes everything. You know? Because, like, I honestly, this is so weird. I was not actually attracted to, like, masculine types when I met my partner. I was more into just androgyny in general. Like, I'm always like, I'm gay as fuck, but also, like, gay in the sense that I like dudes that look like chicks. You know? Because feminine is beautiful and it draws me in. Like, there's a reason I'm like, I want Astolfo to fucking top the shit out of me. There's a reason I say that. Because that's what really gets me going. So, if you're a girl and you can top the fuck out of me, yes. I love that. I love that. Absolutely. Seriously. Honestly, I think most femboys want a beautiful girl to just top the fuck out of them. You know, I think that's a femboy thing. That's what I feel like about Astolfo. I feel like Astolfo, like, tops the boys and bottoms for the girls. I don't know. That's, like, the weirdest analogy, but that's like being bisexual, like, on the next level. I just feel like he tops the boys and bottoms for the girls. Because you're beautiful. Of course they would. Of course they would. You've got that to draw them in. And the personality to go with it, which is so important. Ooh. Now I need to know. Now I need proof of that. Okay, so now my keyboard just turned to Japanese, and I'm like, what did I hit? Oh. Okay, I get it. It's like I'm always deciding. I'm like, am I drunk or am I? Or both. Might be both. Mm. Mm. I have caps lock on, but not to like caps lock rage. Mostly just to emphasize what I'm saying. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's the best thing. I am probably going to end this stream soon because I've been on for 3 hours and 20 minutes. I usually stream for about 2 hours, somewhere in there. I found the fucking spider. It is on my light. Like, what the fuck? You fucking. Fucking shitty ass. problem solved. I did. I did. I just look up and it's on my light and I'm like, you do not have that audacity, man. Like, you get down. Just parading around like it owned the place. We are officially spider free, and that is good to know. Because otherwise, I would have went to sleep tonight thinking it was gonna come and get me in my sleep. I think that's the third white spider that I've killed. Like, in this apartment. I'm like, you trying to tell me something? I mean, absolutely. I consider this a successful stream. We talked about music. I got drunk. We killed a spider. Like, it's a good day. I definitely I definitely got to get some more of that Filipino rum that I was talking about earlier because that was good. That was good. Good thing I don't have to work tomorrow until 3 because otherwise I'd be down for the count. The weirdest thing is, though, I don't get hungover. Like, tomorrow I'll be fine. It's weird. It's very weird. Yeah. One time I went to work and I was still drunk because I was drinking until like 7 a.m. And I have an underactive thyroid, so everything affects me longer than it does most people. So I went to work at like 2:30 and I was still drunk. It's like, nah, I'm not hungover. I'm still kind of drunk. Which is such a weird feeling, and it's like, okay. Nights like tonight, I will probably sleep until 1 p.m. tomorrow. Yeah, for real though. For real. I am looking for a different job and applying like everywhere that like is of interest to me. My ultimate goal though is to only work Thursday through Sunday at this current job. So if I could have Tuesday off, so like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off to do my music and whatever I need to do, and then work Thursday through Sunday, I'd be fine with it. But like 4-day work weeks are the shit, honestly. And I feel every work week should be a 4-day work week. You know what I mean? I don't feel we should work 5 days. Like, that's fucking stupid. Instead of 75-25, it should be like 60-40. I only walk 10 minutes to work. So I walk to work. It's a 10-minute walk. And it's good. I mean, I like my job because I'm no longer making pizza. I'm doing like charcuterie and salads and like various appetizer, cold dishes. I like it. But at the end of the day, I'd like to only do it for the Thursday through Sunday, not Tuesday. Working 3 days, 12-hour shifts is awesome. Like, seriously. Right now, I work 5 days a week, 6 hours most days. Well, 6 hours on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, and then 8 hours on Saturday and 8 hours on Sunday. Ooh, where'd you go? Where'd you go? That's super cool. Yeah, I do like evenings, so I typically get done early enough to still go out and have my fun nights, but late enough to still be able to sleep in the next day. So Saturday's the only sucky day because it's like from 3 to 11:30, usually midnight. So from 3 to midnight on Saturday, from 1 to 8:30 on Sunday. Those two suck. But Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, it ain't bad. It's like 6.5 hours. It's whatever. But I have to work Sunday and nobody else has to, and that fucking sucks. Because we're closed for Easter at the restaurant, but the fucking next door is open for the bar and charcuterie from 2 to 8:30, which means I have to be there from 1 to 9. And I'm like, that is not fair. You just picked the least fucking Christian employee. It was like, you're gonna work Easter. I mean, yeah, but why don't you just close both sides? I'm pretty sure people going out on Easter aren't gonna want fucking charcuterie boards. Usually people that go out on Easter go out to, like, dinner. You know? They fucking love that shit. They love that shit. Like, New Year's Eve, man, they love that. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm like, why are you closing the restaurant and leaving the bar open? I feel like the opposite would be more profitable if that's what you're trying to go for. I mean, in that situation, I would have to work either way. But also, like, it would make more sense. I just feel like colonizers like their meat raw. I don't know. Maybe that's just a me problem, but hey, we got 2 viewers in here. 始めました。後です。よろしくお願いします。ようこそ。こっちは、音楽とか、最近のイベントだよな。それから、どうぞ。I mean, fortunately, that's literally what I make, though, is a fucking plank of wood with meat and cheese on it. Like, I can't deny it. I was given 2 really fancy preserved meats for free because they're not good sellers at my job. So my boss was like, do you want them to take home? And I'm like, sure, why not? I love them. But also, can't you get more creative than that? Like, I love, like, capicola is super good. Like, that is super good. I forget what the ones that I was given are called. It's Copa, and I don't know, some really, like, dry aged Italian salami. I don't know, they're really good, they're really tasty, but it's one of those things, like, absolutely, like, free is free, like, it's the best thing ever. Like, I really enjoy them, and also considering these 2 items are, like, apparently super expensive, and, like, I got them for free because they didn't sell. That makes me feel really accomplished. I love prosciutto. Prosciutto is so good. At the holiday time, when I made dinner, I made like mac and cheese with pancetta breadcrumbs. So it was a toasted pancetta panko breadcrumb, and I sauteed the panko in the wok with the prosciutto. It was so good. So good. Astolfo is the femboy rider of black from Fate Apocrypha. It's an anime on Netflix and available free if you Google it. So, Francesco Mafro Astolfo is literally the fucking femboy of the internet. The adorable pink-haired femboy that everybody loves. And everybody wants to say is a bottom and say is gay. But he is a bisexual top. I mean, it's confirmed that he's bisexual, but I say he's a top. I can make you a good tonkatsu. I can make you the best. Let's do this. Also, I have this picture I want to share with you, like privately. So I'm gonna share something with you. I share something with you. It's a picture that I got way too excited about. It's like, I should not be this excited over a fucking anime picture. Alas, here I am. Like this shit. I'm like, how? 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 Right? And I posted that somewhere, and I'm like, I would just ride that so quick. I'm like, damn. I used to think like those Japanese dudes that were like super otaku and obsessed with anime. Crazy with their like fucking body pillows and posters and whatever the fuck. And I'm like, how am I turning into that? Damn. I mean, anytime is a good time. But yeah, like, I go on Pixiv and find stuff like that. Like, I ignore all the other shit. And I'm like, no, that's what I want. Like, that's the energy I'm looking for. So, you familiar with Felix, the cat boy? The femboy cat boy? Because I found some super sexy images of Astolfo topping Felix, and I'm like, this is the smut I needed in my life that I didn't know I needed in my life. Have you seen Astolfo topping Felix? You have not lived until you've seen that shit. Oh, and I came up with the most brilliant phrase. Wait for it, because I gotta get the fucking code so that I can type it. I gotta find it. Let me find it. So this is the phrase I came up with. Two femboys equals gay squared. Because it's gay because it's two femmes, and it's gay because it's two boys. Yeah, I will definitely find that. I'll probably end this stream first, and then I will go most certainly find that. Let me see real fast if I can get it. Let me see if I can get it on here. Okay, let me see. Okay, so it's gonna take me a moment because it seems like my partner's been on Pixiv, so I gotta go back through his history first before I can find my history. So I can get to the Astolfo shit. Okay, it won't. The fuck? Okay, there's what I was looking at. Where the fuck is the one where he's stopping fucking Felix? I'm sure anyone that looks at this is like, what are you looking at? Everything. It's everything. It's it. I don't know, but I'm gonna send you. I don't know, but I'm gonna send you. You know it. I'm gonna send you a picture. I don't even know what this is, but it's hot. Maybe if I just like type that description. I don't know why I found it. Yeah. I don't know. I sent the best that I could get, but I don't remember where I found that. But absolutely. So yeah, I'm probably gonna end this stream, but you can continue talking to me in private. Thank you for coming on here. This has been a very enjoyable 4 hours. Since it's 3 hours and 51 minutes, should we get it to 4? Should we get it to 4? I feel like we should get it to 4. Anytime. Anytime. You know, I never played. I promised that I would play this song that I just did a cover of. So I'm going to go to Decade in Review and do it. Yeah, because we totally know. Thank you. So that was the Japanese version of that song. It's a remake of a song I used to have called Harajuku Boy. This is the English version. happy ever after. In each of them. Hey you, I think you kid. Yeah you, I think you're the best. I'm just staring 'cause I wonder if you want me to. The only thing I need to know is if you love me too. Now you got me double checking. I need to stay on the same. Are my clothes good enough? What do you think of me? Is my eyeliner black enough for you to remember me? Not the Shinjuku boy, Kimi no golden guy. Kamikara was to Koko wow. It's a more. Thank you. Yeah, the original was called Harajuku Boy. But I was like, nah. Now that I'm older and wiser, and after living in Japan, I was like, after living in Tokyo, I mean, like, Shinjuku's the shit. My eyes don't like enough. What do you think of me? Is my hair copper enough for you to notice me? For you to notice me? For you to notice me? Just notice me. Just notice me. Notice me. Nakeru Shinjuku boy, give me no golden guy. Kamikara was to Koku wild. It's a motor guy. Guys has a things of high tech. Kusu was the guy. Kimi no Karashi. Shinjuku style. We can live happy ever after. We can live happy ever after. We can live happy ever after. So yeah, that is what I worked on most recently. And I hope you like this stream. Follow me. It is @Jep13 everywhere. Help me get to 1,500 on Facebook. Why the fuck Facebook? But it's fucking Facebook. Like, stream, download on Spotify, SoundCloud, Reverb Nation, anywhere where music is available. Follow on Instagram, follow on Twitter, and definitely check me out on Reverb Nation. And I actually have my own website. It is not creative at all. It's @Jep13.com. It's not creative at all. But I got that domain. I feel accomplished from that. And it also, like, makes me feel very Pond. Like, my song Pond. It makes me feel that emotion. Little girl, I put it on the internet, bitch. I own them all. Kawaii Asian boy with the internet, dude. I pawn them all to question it. I got my skills. I'll take over. This ain't no drill. Build me up or shut you down. Tell you strong. I got my car. Your favorite troll is from the bottom. Living through the lows. I ain't your bottom. And with that, @Jep13 out. But also, like, thank you so much for being here and keeping me company tonight. It's been amazing. And I will catch you another time.